Hello. Hi, welcome. We have two teams happening here today. On the left, you can see Brent and Becky making production cast glass objects in graphite molds. And right now, we're setting up to make beads. So the furnace that they're dipping into over on the left side is raging hot at a mere 2250. Can we play the furnace slide, please? Hello. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Feel free to have a seat. So today we have two teams working on two different products. Over on this side, we have the Tacoma Museum Hot Shop team working on a commission that they received from a former artist in residence. And on this side, we have Brent and Becky working on a production line for another artist called John Banovic. They're doing hot casting. in a furnace that is 2,250 degrees, and this team is pulling out of a furnace that is only 2,100. I am KT. Let me know if you have any questions, okay? So over on this side, we have Nick making the core of the beads that will be blowing today. What he's doing is he's making a hollow tube that will then be draped in the red color over there, and then will be blown to have a semi-solid blown sculpture. And the artist that we're working for today is Marie Watt. She's a Native American artist out of Portland. This is our first one of the day, so we're working out the kinks, trying to come up with a plan. So over on this side, you can see that Becky is using a ladle to pull a ladle full of glass from the furnace. That ladle weighs about 15 pounds, and she's grabbing about 1.5 pounds of glass out of it. They're then being ladled into graphite molds that were machined specifically for this product. They're letting the glass cool. You can tell that because it goes from this nice orange color to semi-clear, and that's how you tell the temperature of the glass. If they were to put the glass away too hot, they would get texture from the kiln on the glass, so it's really important that it's cold enough to not absorb that texture and still warm enough that it doesn't explode. Glass at this thickness will have a tendency to explode if you let it get too cold too quickly. And over here, Nick is letting that glass cool so that he can take a fresh dip inside that furnace. Now, this furnace is slightly cooler, while this one is more of a casting temperature. They're making components that the artist will take to her studio and assemble. So these will all be beads. She'll get them to her studio, and then she'll make a sculpture out of them. So now Brent is letting that glass cool. And Becky is at the annealer, ready to let them load. He's letting that glass cool to that nice color. And he's using tweezers wrapped in Kevlar that are heat resistant. If he were to touch that glass with those ice cold tweezers, it would cause thermal shock, it would explode. So we always need to have it protected. Hello. Welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Feel free to have a seat or not. I'm KT, I'm your Master of Ceremonies. Let me know if you have any questions about anything that's going on here today. Now, once that glass is in that furnace, it will cool slowly, in that annealer, it will cool slowly over a period of 18 hours to room temperature. So tomorrow they'll be able to take the glass out, handle it. Over on this side, we have Jack marvering glass. It's still nice and orange, so you know it's at the temperature where it can be manipulated freely. When the glass is clear, it's more brittle, it's more hard. So we always try to work the glass as hot as possible. He's going into the glory hole, that reheating furnace, in order to get that glass back to the temperature that it's nice and malleable. Hello, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Feel free to have a seat and let me know if you have any questions. Right now we have two teams happening. We've got the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team over here making beads for an artist based out of Portland, Oregon. Her name is Marie Watt. Over on the other side, we have Brent and Becky, who are making parts and pieces for an artist, John Banovic, that they'll be a corporate gift. So Brent and Becky are using what's known as the hot torch in order to really smooth out that surface. All of the texture from the mold, from the ladling process, all of that is visual within the glass when it's at its final temperature. So by using the hot torch, they can really smooth that out. Brent snips the glass so that it doesn't go into the mold where they don't want it to. And then the glass is put into water to shatter and break down, and we will then recycle that glass back into that furnace. So that piece requires a quantity of 300. So over several days, they will be casting those same objects until they reach that quantity. Now, after those pieces of glass are cooled and annealed properly, they will have a secondary process called etching that will make a design on the face of the glass. So they'll be doing that same thing all day. And over here, Nick is making a tube of glass that has been dipped in a red powder to make the glass red. Once he's finished making the inside of the bead, it will be transferred over to Ben to gaff the secondary process, and this will be a production line. The colors will switch. So you may have noticed all the safety gear that Brent has on. That's because when you're loading those pieces into that annealer is sitting at over 900 degrees. So you definitely get blasted in the face by some heat, which is why the face shield. So Nick is taking a gather in the furnace. The furnace runs at 2100 degrees for the blowing process. Now he's marvering and dipping his glass into the color. That is what will make it that red internal tube. Meanwhile, Ben is in the center, taking the first tube that was made and completing the secondary process. Jack is letting the gather of glass cool so that when he goes back in, it doesn't fall all right back off into the furnace. Enjoy the rest of your time at the museum. Thank you. So Jack used that steel table to marver that glass into the shape he needs in order to bring that glass over to Ben. And they will do a wrap around that internal red core. So now Ben is using what's known as the jacks in order to shape that hot glass. What Jack did was Jack just made a punty. The punty is used to transfer from one pipe to another so that Ben can finish the side that's currently on the pipe. He's using the tweezers to help make that punny center, and then he's going to turn around and use thermal shock to crack the glass when we want it to be cracked. So the vibrations helped for that to break off cleanly. Hello and welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Thanks for coming. I'm KT. I'm your Master of Ceremonies today. Let me know if you have any questions at all. No question is a dumb question. And do forgive me if I repeat myself. So over here on the left side, we have a team of glass ladlers that are casting. We're not blowing on this side. It's all glass casting. And they're making a commission piece for an artist, John Banovic, who's out of Seattle. They're making 300 of these little mountain-esque shapes that are being cast in graphite. Over on this side, we have the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team making another commission of beads for an artist out of Portland, Marie Watt. So right now, Ben is stabilizing that punty point, cooling it down so it's nice and stiff. Hi, welcome. Again, we're using thermal shock, that nice cold tool on that hot glass. This is so that there's a nice clean break. Now we're using the hot torch to help melt all that broken glass together so it's nice and clean. Kevlar wrapped tongs. And these will go in this annealer, and it'll take about 9 to 18 hours to slowly cool down to room temperature. For those of you just getting here, welcome to the Museum of Glass. I am your Master of Ceremonies, KT. Let me know if you have any questions. We've got 2 teams of glass artists in the shop today. On this side, we have the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team making glass beads for an artist out of Portland, Marie Watt. On this side, we have Brent and Becky, a team of independent artists working on a commission piece for the artist John Banovic out of Seattle. What Brent and Becky are making today, this is what it looks like cold. Little mountain, about 1.5 inches thick. John Banovic is known for his illustrations of wildlife. So they're having gazelles etched onto the front of that glass using a secondary process. This happens when the glass has had a chance to anneal and come down slowly to room temperature over 9.5 hours. In the center of the hot shop, we have the head gaffer, Ben, with a tube of red glass. This creates the core of the bead. Jack is working on the clear bit that will go around that red core. When you put a thick layer of clear glass over anything, it creates beautiful optics. You really need that thickness and that mass to really reflect the glass. So you'll be able to see that red core in a different light with that thick, clear layer. When the glass comes out of the furnace, it's pretty uncontrollable. It's really difficult to keep it on the pipe. That's why you see the glass artist constantly turning. The centrifugal force of the spinning of the pipe is what keeps that glass on that pipe. If they were to stop turning for any length of time while the glass is at a temperature where it's malleable, it would fall off the pipe, absolutely. Jack is going into this reheating furnace to get that glass to a nice temperature where it will adhere to that red core. So some of you guys saw that really quick snatch with the scissors of the glass. That is so that we get it on center. And as the glass is out of that reheating furnace, it's constantly cooling. So the rate in which you adhere that hot glass to the cold glass is really specific to get that layer nice and even. Ben is now using jacks to help shape that outer layer. If you haven't had a chance to check out our exhibitions today, they're really awesome. One of them is called What Are You Looking At? It's an exhibition based on the relationship between the Tacoma Museum of Glass and Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington. We also have a collection of glass that was donated to the museum. That's spectacular. Now Jack is making a punty. The punty is the way in which we transfer the glass from one pipe to another. That tube, we want to make sure that we still have that hollow core, so he's having to basically stretch out that punty so that we can keep that circle in the center. If he were to try to attach that punty when it was cold, it wouldn't attach. It would be super gnarly. So he heats it back up, able to be attached. And now they're waiting for the glass to stiffen. We want to make sure that that glass is pretty stiff so that when we break it off, it doesn't fall to the ground. He then uses the vibration of hitting the pipe with another tool to make a clean cut. They make it look easy, but trust me, it's not. So now that that bead is on the other side, he's able to really fine-tune the part of the bead that was on the pipe so that both sides are as clean as possible. So the furnace that Becky is about to ladle in is a raging 2,250 degrees. It's about 150 degrees hotter than this other furnace that they're using to blow the glass. For the casting process, we really need that glass as viscous as possible. Ben is using the jacks to really open up that hole to make sure that we still have that internal tube. Hello, welcome to the museum. Now Brent is using a hot torch to really clean all the texture from that casting process. Ben is letting that glass cool down so that he can break it off. And when you load something in the annealer when it's too warm, it does absorb all the texture from the kiln, and that texture is pretty unpleasant unless you want it. Now he's cooling, making sure that the punty is nice and cold, pretty upset to make sure that when he puts that cold tool to that breaking point, it breaks off exactly where he wants it. Cold tool, hot glass. Sometimes when you break the piece off, there's little shards, and so he was sweeping that away, and now he'll melt the rest of the texture away using the hot torch now. So if you guys step over and see the casting process, you can really see the temperature of the glass change. When you bring it out of that furnace, it's bright orange. And as it slowly cools over time, it becomes the color it actually is, which is clear. The same thing is happening with our red glass over here. It looks muddy, it looks brown, but it's actually a very nice bright red. So this process of casting is very time-oriented. If Brent were to touch that glass when it was any hotter, it would leave a texture, and we want them as clean as possible for our etching process in the future. He uses tweezers lined with Kevlar so that they're protected from the glass. Even though that glass looks clear, looks pretty cool, it's still at a raging 1100 degrees. Right now, Nick is dipping into the powder, the frit that makes the glass the color red. When you buy glass, it can be in several different forms. It can be in a bar, it can be in frit, or it can be in powder. And the type of form you use is dependent upon the aesthetic you're going for. Jack is letting that piece of glass cool, and so we can marver it. The technique of marvering is because of the tool is a marver. It's a nice cold steel plate so that he's cooling the outside of the glass while the inside has a nice warm core. He's doing this so that he can shape the glass to the shape that Ben requires to accept it as a bit. Now he's heating the glass back up so that the outside temperature and the inside temperature are the same, but he's now got the right shape. So that is a process known as taking a bit. It's the way that we're able to achieve the clear layer on the outside of the glass without filling our tube, right? So if we weren't using a tube in the center, we could take a gather on that color, no problem. But because we need that hollow core, we've got to do it in this way. Now we're using jacks to help evenly distribute that clear glass on the outside of that bead. So what they're working on is they're working on a commission for an artist named Marie Watt out of Portland, Oregon. They're making several beads for her to then create a sculpture out of at her home studio. So think of a seed bead. It's a big seed bead. She's a Native American artist. She also has work in the Seattle Art Museum. She primarily works in textiles, so things like quilting and bead making is at the core of her art practice. She had a residency at the Tacoma Museum of Glass previously and decided she really loved the beads and commissioned the museum to make more for her. Now Jack brought over a punty so that Ben can work from the opposite side. Hello, welcome to the museum. Let me know if you have any questions. Why, thank you, Brent. So Brent is now cooling the glass to help it get to the temperature that he can touch it more quickly. He's got a graphite paddle on top of some of them so that it retains the heat while he's working on the others. If he were to let it get too cold too quickly, it would explode. So it's pretty critical that the temperature range is spot on for this process. So this glass starts at 2,250 degrees and it ends in this way at about 1,100, and then it gets put away about 1,000 degrees, and then over the next 9.5 hours it will slowly cool to room temperature. So this is a display of what they're making. What kind of a mountain vibe. So John Banovic is known for his wildlife paintings. So they have a etching of a gazelle on here that they'll do when the glass is cold. They're also numbered, so this is an edition of 300. So Ben uses a very specific tool for that process. It's a butter knife. I don't know, I think you guys have been using it all wrong all your lives. Hello and welcome to the museum. So if you guys haven't had a chance to check out the exhibitions, they're super great. One is called What Are You Looking At? It's a history of the relationship between the Tacoma Museum of Glass and Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington. We also have a collection that was donated to the museum from an old-time patron that is exquisite. Definitely check it out. So you notice that Jack, he took the pipe or punty, I'm not sure which one he grabbed, from what's known as the pipe warmer, and then he quenches it in water. That's so that the glass sticks to the pipe in an appropriate way. Nick is taking a gather of glass, and when he does that, he has to keep the pipe spinning at a certain speed. The speed in which you turn the pipe while you're gathering determines how big of a glob of glass you get. That's one of the super awesome techniques that they use here at the museum. And you'll notice that no one on the blowing side has stopped turning. That's #1 rule in all glass blowing. Always be turning. Jack is letting that glass cool until he's able to use the marver. He's really got to sculpt that glass to that nice pointed shape. That pointed shape is so that when Ben takes his bit, he's able to put it on in a nice, even fashion. This rate in which Ben spins the pipe and the shape of this glass is what helps it be even. Nick just did a technique called popping a bubble. It's when you have a you have a glob of glass at the end of a pipe, and you trap air in the pipe. When you trap air in the pipe, the glass is really hot, so that air expands, and that's how you get the bubble at the end. It's to save yourself from getting all red-faced. Jack goes straight up so that gravity has a chance to be our friend, and the glass does what it ultimately wants to do, fall. So using a combination of jacks and a paddle, the team in the center is able to really make that nice seed bead shape. If they weren't to use the paddle, it would be all jagged at the end from all the pressure Ben is exerting using the jacks. And that's to really even out that clear bit of glass that we just put on our center. Over in the corner, you have Nick making the centers. We're in a production mode throughout the shop today. We're doing production beads over with the Tacoma Museum of Glass crew. And then we have production independent artists on this side casting glass shapes. So when Jack smashed the end of that glass onto that marver, what he did was he spread the glass out. Remember, there is a hollow core inside this piece Ben is working with, so we need to make sure we don't plug it with glass, right? Because then we would have worked really hard for nothing. So by spreading out the glass, they're able to keep that core nice and hollow. Hello, welcome. Making seed beads. They're making seed beads, like large seed beads for an artist based out of Portland. Her name is Marie Watt, and she's primarily a textile artist, and she'll be using this in her home studio to create a sculpture. So it's just a commission. She had a residency at the museum a little bit ago and then decided she loved the beads that she made during that and asked the museum to make more for her. Yeah, so that's what we're doing today. And we're starting off with red, but we will be switching colors throughout the day. I know it doesn't look red. So actually, the only blowing happening today is over in the corner. And it's very little, because it's like the most smallest little bit ever, because he's not actually blowing on the pipe. He's trapping that air and letting science do its thing. But if you do check out what Nick's doing, he's the only blowing happening today. We've got sculpting, a smidge of blowing just to say we did it, sculpting, and then casting. I mean, that really speaks to what we can accomplish here at the museum, right? We're able to do all these different processes. Hello, and welcome to the Museum of Glass. For those of you who just came in, I'm KT. I'm your Master of Ceremonies. Do refer to me if you have any questions about anything. There is no dumb question, and I'm just going to talk about what people are doing. So over on this side, we have the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team making a commission for an artist, Marie Watt, based out of Portland, Oregon. And on the left side, we have Brent and Becky, independent artists, doing a commission for another artist, John Banovic. John Banovic is known for his wildlife paintings. He does not really work in glass, but he's starting to. It's pretty awesome. And these are going to be a corporate gift. So they're making 300 of these mountains today. Yeah, cranking them out. Yeah. So they do have 3 molds over there. Their molds are made out of graphite. The reason they're made out of graphite is because it's one of the only materials that doesn't have a tendency to scar the glass. Steel, you can have scale from the steel getting too warm and the glass can stick. Graphite, it doesn't stick, it's nice and clean, and luckily, because of technological advancements, we can CNC mill to basically whatever shape you want. So they're using CNC milled graphite molds. And over here, we're doing it the old-fashioned way. So Nick is making a core that's hollow, that looks muddy and brown and gross, but it's actually a really pretty red color. So as the glass cools, it does change color. And we use this color change to really signify to ourselves what temperature the glass is at and whether or not we need to heat it. If we let the glass get too cold, it will break, it will explode, it will do things we don't want it to do. If it's too hot and we can't control it, it can fall on the ground. So we're working within temperatures that are very specific. So Brent and Becky are doing something super glamorous right now. They are getting rid of all of that super hot water. So throughout the day, they've been ladling these castings, and now they've filled a bucket full of hot glass that was in water that was at one point cold, and now you can see it steaming hot. What happens is once you do your ladling, you don't want to use the glass left over at the bottom of the ladle because you can trap bubbles. It's no longer at the right temperature. All the time that the glass is at room temperature, it's constantly cooling. So if they were to use the glass at the bottom, they would trap air bubbles, they would get all sorts of gnarly texture. So what they do is they dump it in a bucket of water, and then we'll turn around and remelt it tomorrow. So it's not a waste. We just can't use it today. It makes it really dramatic over there for sure. Okay, over here, we want to make sure that we're paying attention. Have you popped your bubble yet? Nick has not popped his bubble. For those of you that want to see glass blowing today, your little window, tiny window, is happening shortly. So what Nick did was he took a gather of clear glass that looked orange, and then he rolled in a red color that also looked kind of orange, but from now on, it'll be closer to a gray color. Oh, here's our blowing, right here. And now the glass is expanding because the air inside the pipe is getting hot, and hot air expands. And that was it. Can we give Nick a round of applause for blowing glass? Thank you. And now he's using jacks to help shape the glass. What he's doing is he's isolating the end of the pipe from the glass itself using a tool called jacks. He's creating what's known as the jack line. This will help it when we go to break the glass off that pipe. It gives us a nice clean area so that our cutoff is really nice. He's doing this to set Ben up for success because this is a team sport today. Everyone is working in teams. Now he's using his diamond shears to break off the very end. That's what makes our hollow tube. So you can see the glass on the ground. It looks gray, it looks yucky. It's actually a really pretty red. I'm okay for now. Thanks for the warning. So, so this is the color that we're working with today. We will be using other colors later on, but this is our red. We won't see the glass this color until it's cold. That is what's known as frit. So glass comes in different flavors, both in color and in material. There's color bar, that's just a solid chunk. That's what it starts off as, is color bar. And then as it gets broken down, it becomes frit, and it gets broken down even more into powder. Now you can see with the glass that Nick is handling right now, the difference in colors. The end that is farther in the glory hole is hotter, so it's that nice bright orange. The backside by the end of the pipe is that muddy gray color, so we know that that's colder. He wants that to stay colder because he doesn't want to ruin the nice work he did with that jack line. Meanwhile, Ben is in the center finishing up the last bit of what was once that core that Nick was working on over here. Does anyone have any specific questions about anything we're watching today? And Nick is bringing out our next color. It's a nice yellow. Ben is using his jacks in order to evenly distribute that layer of clear glass, make sure it's really nice and round. And this is a production vibe, so he also needs to make sure that every bead is the same size. So if one ends up being a little too big, he'll have to reshape it until it lands right where the last bead was. So he really set the pace for what we're making today with that first one right at 10 o'clock. Jack is using a paddle to make sure the end is really nice and smooth. If we weren't to use that paddle, the color would bleed into the clear, or it might have a jagged edge. So in order to make it as clean as possible, we need to use teamwork and multiple tools at the same time. feel free to come in and have a seat if you want. I don't bite, I promise. So we're using a cold tool and hot glass to break off this bead. Some of you might recognize this very specific tool. Most people know it as a butter knife, but turns out you've been using it wrong all life. The vibrations are sent through the pipe to help crack that glass exactly where he wants it to be. And then we're melting in whatever residual texture or scum is on there so that it's nice and smooth. Becky is taking her first dip after their little intermission. The furnace they're working at is a raging 2,250 degrees. The temperature that the glass blowers are working at is 2,100 degrees. A big glass seed bead. You know, seed beads, those tiny little guys that you usually, you know, embroider with or something like that. It's a bead. A bead. Bead, yes. These are a commission for an artist out of Portland called Marie Watt. She had a residency at the Tacoma Museum of Glass earlier, and now she wants more. So she hired the museum to make them, which is awesome, yeah. And over on this side, we have independent artists Brent and Becky making another commission for an artist, John Banovic. He's known for his wildlife portraits. Here's what they're making. It's a solid, clear glass puck. It's a paperweight type situation. And then one of John Banovic's paintings has been etched on there. So they're making 300 today. So we're doing production all throughout the shop all day. I'm not sure. National Etching in Issaquah. Thanks for coming by. Have a good one. Did you guys have any questions at all? No? Cool. So you can see in the center, Ben's glass is still nice and orange from that heat when he first got it from Jack. And now he's using that heat to manipulate the glass and evenly distribute it across our red core. Jack is using the paddle to make sure that the clear and the red end at the same point. If you didn't do that, it would be jagged. We're using a combination of heat, centrifugal force, and pressure from the jacks in order to create our bead shape. He's using calipers to make sure that every bead is the same size. Jack is taking a dip in the furnace. When he comes out, you'll see that it's really this nice bright orange color. And throughout the process of him manipulating that punty, it will cool down to a more dull color. The punty is what we will be using to work the glass from the pipe end. Jack is shaping the punty to be kind of a flat pancake type vibe. So the glass will cool over 9.5 hours in the annealer. This is to ensure that it's happy. If you cool it really quick, it will explode, it'll crack. But when it's basically the really angry temperature is about 700. So it just slowly gets down below 700 and then just chills out. And then tomorrow you'll be able to touch the glass at room temperature. Over here, we've switched colors now. Now we're working with a yellow glass. So when it looks orange now, but as it cools down, it will get yellow. It's definitely more attractive than that gray, but it's still not true. And then once we put that layer of clear on there, it really changes and manipulates the optics of that colored core. So we won't know what it looks like really until it's ice cold. Right now, Ben is finding the hole in the center again. When we put that jack line in, we cinched the hole really tight. So he uses tweezers to help open that hole back up, and then I'll use his jacks to make the hole the same size all the way through the bead. Right now he's spreading it out. So Ben used scissors to cut an uneven portion of the glass. That's what he was doing. He was trimming that. And that leaves something known as a tool mark on the glass. So he's melting that tool mark out so that in the final product, you'll never know it happened. Hello. If you haven't had a chance to check out the exhibitions, they're pretty awesome. One is called What Are You Looking At? It's an exhibition based on the relationship of the Tacoma Museum of Glass and Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington. There's also a private collection that was donated that's exquisite. All of the glass made in the What Are You Looking At exhibition is part of the residency program. Both the Pilchuck Glass School and the Tacoma Museum of Glass offer residencies, so it's part of that collection. Thanks for coming in. Have a good one. just so everyone knows, you can also view the glass from this walkway as well. we cannot use the recolored glass because we melt the clear back in the same furnace we pulled the clear out of. If we were to put the color in there, no bueno. Sorry? Did you say so? Oh. What Brent and Becky are doing is a beautiful example of the color change that happens with glass as it cools. So it goes from that nice bright orange, you can see nice bright orange, middle, dull orange. And when they go to, it's known as boxing it and putting it in the annealer, it'll be basically clear. The kiln is how we slowly bring the glass to room temperature. If we were to just let it hang out and get too cold, it would explode, right? Yes, so this is known as a top loading annealer. This is where the Tacoma Museum of Glass team are boxing their glass beads today. And this is a front loader. Does the same thing. They're making beads for an artist out of Portland, Oregon. Her name is Marie Watt, and she had a residency at the Tacoma Museum earlier, and she has commissioned the museum to continue her project, making beads for a sculpture of hers. Beads, like seed beads. Yes. So in order to achieve that, Nick is making tubes over in the corner, and these tubes are going to be a variety of different colors. Right now we're working with yellow, and that yellow will be the core of our bead. Nick is about to pop a bubble. What he's doing is he's trapping air inside the pipe, and as the air comes in contact with the glass, it expands. Jack is making a punty. This is so that we can work the glass from the opposite side. Ben used his tweezers to help align that punty with the hollow center of the bead, so that cold water sent a shock to that hot glass, and because it was such a small area, there was a jack line in there, it broke exactly right there. And that's just a way that we use what glass wants to do, which is break, to our advantage. Hello and welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Hi, my name is KT, and I'm your Master of Ceremonies at the museum today. You guys let me know if you have any questions about glass or what we're making here today. So in the center, we're making glass beads for an artist out of Portland, Oregon. Her name is Marie Watt. And over on the left here, we have Brent and Becky casting solid glass into graphite molds. Sorry, you'll have to speak up. So this is called the cone, and this is just a fancy piece of architecture. It helps us get all of the residual heat from the furnace out. I agree, it is very cold out here, but by the furnace and glory hole, it is about 90 degrees over there. Yeah. Because it's fancy. They're really, I mean, we wanted a slanty cone, so we made one. Yep. How do they dry? Sorry. So the glass is never wet, but it does form like a liquid state when it's really, really hot. And what happens is the glass cools down slowly over time, and then you can touch it at room temperature. So we're gonna make glass here in the hot shop today, and then we're gonna put it in that kiln, and then overnight it'll get cold very, very slowly. And then tomorrow when we come in, we can touch it. Yep. You make glass by combining several small materials together and melting it all together like a big cauldron. So it's about 4 different chemical compounds that combine together with heat to make glass. This is a soda lime glass. Sand is a component, yes. Eleanor? We're making beads on this side, so kind of think of a seed bead. You know how they're typically like really, really small, hollow beads? They're making big ones. They're typically, when you see them, they're like super duper small. Stella? It takes about, I'd say 25 minutes each bead. So it's like fairly quick, but they're making a whole bunch of them. Hendrix? I don't know what the artist is going to make out of them, but I can tell you that she primarily works in textiles, so like fabrics, and so she'll probably make something along those lines. Sage? We make the glass colored by adding different compounds of glass. Today in the museum, we're using what's known as frit, which is small particles of colored glass. Over in the corner, Nick has a stainless steel bowl that is full of these tiny little shards of colored glass that is super concentrated. So when he puts his clear glass inside the bowl of color, it makes the whole thing colored. Charlie? That furnace is running at 2100 degrees, so that's why it is so warm and so hot. The furnace that Brent and Becky are using, that is running at 2250 degrees, so it's slightly brighter. Max? Sorry, can you repeat that for me? Can we make a what? Unfortunately, we cannot make a Prince Rupert drop, but I do give you credit for knowing what that is. That's very impressive. That's awesome. But because there is an explosion involved with that, it's just not a great idea in this setting. I can't see your tag. Maisie? No. So it's a different temperature. So our kiln is about 900 degrees, and our working temperature is anywhere between 2100 degrees and 1100 degrees. So it's slightly colder. 900 degrees. What do I normally use to cook? Oh, I understand. When you're baking something in an oven, it usually ranges between 350 degrees, like if you're making French fries or something like that. And then it goes all the way up to 450, like if you're making brownies. So like that's your range. Ruxin? Sorry? You're talking about the pipe cooler? So we've got a pipe cooler that they're using to cool down the glass. But the bright orange things, those are all reheating furnaces. So those are all wicked hot, and how we keep the glass warm enough that we can sculpt it. Hannah? So although the glass looks orange, it's actually yellow. But because the glass is so hot, it just looks that way. These are known as cane, which is colored glass on the inside of clear glass. And they used those yesterdays to make these vessels. Maxwell? In the corner, we have Brent and Becky making a commission for another artist. His name is John Banovic, and they are casting these blocks that will have an image etched onto it. So this one has an elk. Charlie? In the corner, Nick is making a tube of colored glass. They're making the solid glass blocks, and Ben is making the bead form. So it goes from Nick to Ben, and they're doing something completely different. Hold on, Max? Sorry? I am not a really good singer, and that would be unfortunate for everyone for me to do that. I'm sorry about that. Charlie? No, they made that yesterday. So today we're doing something completely different, and you won't be able to see it until tomorrow. Katie? That is part of our HVAC system. So that is how we purify the air here in the dome. It's how we make sure that it's not too hot and not too cold. So it's a fancy vent to match our fancy cone. Emily? So that is called a fluffy torch. And they use the fluffy torch to heat the glass in different ways while they're sculpting it. They haven't needed it yet, but he's about to use a really nice hot torch. Check that out. So he used that fluffy torch to light the hot torch, and now he's able to melt the glass together to make it as clean as possible. Maisie? Because the flame is nice and fluffy, like a kitten. And then the other torch is a hot torch because it's hot. Basic. They're all hot, but that one is particularly a scorcher. Zaria? Those vases were a commission from a different artist. I don't know what they'll use them for. Probably for flowers, but I don't know. That's just a guess. Maxwell? What is what for? Huh? Are you talking about the furnace? Oh, the speaker, that black box? Or the kiln? I don't. The kiln? The kiln is how we get the glass to room temperature. So right now it's at 900 degrees, and overnight it'll slowly cool. Ruxin? These sticks are called cane, and they're colored glass that you can use to make different patterns. That's how these vases were made. Charlie? If you were to touch the glass before it cooled down, you would burn yourself, 100%. Hendrix? Yes, the glass is so hot it would burn you very, very badly. Eleanor? It doesn't feel fluffy. No, but the flames are fluffy and like flickering, and it's fluffy. Yeah. You know, in England, they call it autumn. In America, they call it fall. We like very straight to the point names for things, for sure. Hendrix? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Everything in here is not fireproof, but by using a series of safeties on the equipment, we're able to make sure that the place isn't going to set on fire. Claire? So those were made here at the museum. You can make cane in any color you want. And by using a variation of different colors, you can mix them together to make whatever you want. So there are several kilns in the room. The kilns that we're using today, you can see Becky is about to open one over in the corner. Yep, that big black thing. And it's black so that the heat stays in there. Isaiah? You make different colors by combining different bases, kind of like how you make different colors of paint. With glass specifically, it's different chemical compounds that combine to make the different colors. Trey? You are correct. The drawings beneath the photos are the blueprints to the cone, and then the photos are just different experiences that have been had here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Oh, okay, sounds good. Sorry, you guys. Questions next time. It's time for you to head out. So over here we have something called a pipe cooler, and that when they do get too hot, but the mass of glass that they're using today isn't that large, so you have a tendency to have to cool the pipe less. They are a certain regulated length so that you're far enough away that you don't have that thermal transference from the glass through the steel. You can see on the pipe that it's darker where you gather the glass. And so that is a visual on where that heat kind of ends. But you notice that their hands are where it's still silver, so it's been cooler longer. You guys have a good time at the museum. Hi, welcome. I'm KT. Let me know if you have any questions. Yeah, so both. We have both of those things happening here. So Jack just took a gather of clear glass. That glass looks orange, but it is clear. Nick is working with yellow glass. It looks orange, it's yellow. He makes, oh, sorry, he's working with black. They just switched that on me. He makes it black by dipping into this stainless steel bowl. I'm not gonna pick it up because it's hot at this point. There's tiny particles of glass concentrate that it is black, and it's actually tiny little shards of colored glass called frit. So when you use glass, you can use a variety of different colors, both in like texture, like how you receive it, and then actual physical hues of coloration. It's color bar, which is a solid bar. You can use that to really put a bunch of color on something. Frit, which is the larger particles, and then powder, which is like powder. So depending on your application and how you want to use the color, you can use a different color. Frit is really good for this application because we're doing a production. So instead of taking the time to heat up a color bar and using it in that way, we can just use frit, super easy, super quick. This kiln is empty. They probably used it yesterday. Oh, that's called Fiberfrax. It's fiberglass and it's pretty gnarly, to be honest. But it's a blanket so that when you put the sculpture, bowl, whatever, in the kiln, it has something nice and fluffy to rest on. Yeah. And it can also be used to lengthen the annealing system. So like, because it is a insulator, you can really keep the glass warmer longer. There is also fiberglass inside all of the equipment because it is such an amazing insulator and heat resistant in the way that it doesn't break down. It is different chemical compounds. So to create reds, you need different colors than, sorry, to create reds, you need different chemical compounds than to create blues. I'm not super chemistry heavy, but they all are little tiny particles when they're mixed together. And then you buy them in the color bar, and then they get crushed into the frit, and the frit is crushed into the powder, and that's our three flavors. Yeah, yep, So he'll turn around as soon as Ben is ready to accept this start. Nick will do the same thing again. So you'll see it start to finish. And then if you do have a minute, once you've seen that, if you go up and watch them do their casting from the top side, you can really see the glass change color as it cools. Like that is the kind of the purest way to see that in action, because we're not sculpting it. We're pouring out glass at 2250. We're putting glass away in the annealer at 1100. So this orange guy is actually yellow. And this thermostat lets you know how warm our working conditions are for the glass blowers. I know it's chilly out there, I feel it, but over by all the equipment, we're looking at 87 degrees. No, he's not. Accept my bit. Or accept my, I want to start. Yeah. Oh, it's reducing. So Ben just accepted the start from Nick, and Nick is going to go ahead and start a new one. So you can see the process in action. He's taking a gather of glass out of that furnace. The furnace Nick is pulling out of is about 2100 degrees. The furnace that Becky is ladling out of is 2250 degrees. The reason why their furnace is hotter is so that the glass is more viscous and is better for pouring. When you pour glass that's cold, you have a tendency to trap bubbles. Now Jack just brought a bit to Ben. Using a combination of controlled heat, the shape of the bit, and the centrifugal force of spinning the start, he's able to put that on evenly. You see how the glass is getting darker? It's the temperature, that's correct. So he was cooling the outside while the inside was still super warm. And then he trapped a bubble of air that came into contact with that hot glass, and the air began to expand. That's a technique called popping the bubble. So Jack just took a gather out of the furnace. Nick's going right in behind him. And now inside that furnace is a big bowl. That is a 1,000 pound furnace. So at any given time, there is up to 1,000 pounds of glass in there. As we make glass all day, it becomes less and less. So that cup or that bowl gets farther and farther down. It's as close to liquid as it will ever be in the process. So it's like honey. It's the consistency of honey. Right. So that is a specific technique that they're using. Um, this rate in which you spin while you're gathering that glass determines the shape of the glass as it comes out. The rod can get warm. As you can see, there is a transition or a gradient of color. So on this pipe right here, it is brown up till about right here. So that is called a heat patina. So you know that the pipe has a tendency to get too hot to handle to about that point. At any point, if a glass blower feels uncomfortable, they can use this tool, which is called the pipe cooler. And it's cold water that you put the pipe in, glob a hot glass on this side, and it cools down your pipe so you're able to handle it more comfortably. Yeah. So if you see on this side the glass casting, it's a very different process. So their furnace is actually hotter. It's 2,250 degrees, while the furnace for blowing glass is 2,100 degrees. And that's so that the glass is more viscous for the casting process. When they load a piece in the annealer, whether it be the cast pieces over there or these blown pieces over here, they will be in the annealer for about 9.5 hours. The annealer starts at 900 degrees, and over that 9.5 hours, it cools to room temperature, and then we can touch it tomorrow. Yeah, I wish. I wish. Hi. Do you have any questions at all? No worries. Just let me know. Hi, welcome to the museum. So here in the hot shop, we have two different teams working on production today. We have glass casting on the left with two independent artists making work for another artist named John Banovic, who's known for his wildlife paintings. Here in the center and on the corner is the Tacoma Museum of Glass hot shop team making a commission that they received for an artist named Marie Watt, based out of Portland, Oregon, who primarily works in textiles. They're making beads similar to seed beads, but in a larger scale, that she will take and incorporate into her sculptures. team are making seed beads so that a sculptor named Maria Watt, based out of Portland, is able to assemble them in her studio to make a sculpture. So they're like giant seed beads, you know, those little guys that you usually bead together. They're super small. She's a Native American artist that primarily works in textiles. So she's using these glass objects, and it'll most likely make something like a quilt or a blanket once they're assembled, but larger than life. No, she commissioned these, and we're just making them here, and then she'll come and pick them up, or we'll ship them. The beads? That's an excellent question, and I have not gotten an answer yet. We have made 4 different colors, 3 of each. So this morning, between 10 and what's approaching 1 o'clock, we've made 12. And then I'm not sure what will happen at 1 o'clock. We do take a lunch break until 2. I'm not sure what will happen after that. Those vases were made yesterday. That was another commission from an artist for the museum to make. And on this table, you can see these linear colors. Those are all cane, and that's how that rainbow situation was achieved. It's just another way of using color in glass to get different designs. No worry, no stupid questions.
Why do they call it glass blowing if there's no blowing involved? When it first started, was the technique different?
No. So today is a very interesting day in the museum because there isn't a lot of glass blowing happening, but Nick is blowing glass. So that does start off as a bubble of glass, and then he removes the end of the bubble to make that tube for the inside of the bead. So this is still glass blowing, but if you wanted to get super technical, we have glass blowing, glass sculpting, and glass casting all happening simultaneously here at the museum. They're casting over on the far left, and we're sculpting in the center, and we're blowing glass over on this side. It doesn't look like a cup or a bowl, but it's the same foundational techniques. Hi. Hi, and welcome to the museum. We've got two teams of artists here. On the left, we have Brent and Becky making solid casted clear glass, essentially pucks in a graphite mold. And then we have the Tacoma Museum of Glass team over here making essentially larger than life seed beads for an artist, Marie Watt, based out of Portland, Oregon. This is the last one they'll be making before lunch. What they're doing right now is they're loading the bead into the annealer. The annealer is at 900 degrees and it will slowly cool to room temperature over 9.5 hours. So all of the beads that they're making all day today will go into that same annealer, and then it'll start the annealing process when we've done blowing glass for today. Jack is at the furnace. He's taking a nice hot gather of glass. You'll see it's this bright orange color, but rest assured that is clear glass that he is handling. You'll notice that none of the glass workers are stopping spinning their pipes, even when the glass is relatively cool. This is because the glass has a tendency to droop on the ground. If you imagine honey and the consistency of honey, that glass he's handling is the same consistency as that. But instead of being room temperature, it's at about 2100 degrees when it first comes out of that furnace, and then its working temperature is anywhere between 15 to 1900 degrees. Jack is letting that furnace heat cool on what's known as the marver. It's the large steel tables you see distributed throughout the hot shop. He's letting the glass cool to a point that he can then manipulate it by rolling it along the marver. All of the time that the glass is outside of the furnace or the reheating furnace, it is cooling down. As it cools down, it becomes stiffer and more brittle. So we use certain techniques to our advantage in order to achieve keeping the glass at a nice working temperature. So Jack is shaping that hot glass into a form that is best for the next process, which is bringing a bit to Ben, who is at the center bench. So Jack is bringing over a clear bit. Ben is using the heat, the turning of the pipe, and the shape of that bit to evenly distribute that glass along the colored center. Feel free to hang by and continue to watch the rest of this. This is the last piece that we will be making before lunch. Lunch is from 1 until 2 p.m., roughly. You guys have a good time. I'll be back at 2. Hello, and everyone, welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Thanks for coming by. We're still getting set up after lunch, but we should get rolling within the next 15 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Hello and welcome everyone to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Here we've got two very different productions happening. In the middle here we've got the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're making larger than life seed beads for an artist named Maria Watt based out of Portland, Oregon. On this side we have independent artists Brent and Becky making a commission piece for an artist named John Banovic. He's most known for his wildlife paintings. Here is a sample on what they're making today. It is solid cast glass, and on the surface they have an etching of an elk that is a secondary process. So they're working with glass that starts off at 2,250 degrees, and then tomorrow it'll be room temperature. I do want everyone to know that if at any point you think you can get a better view, you are able to walk all along here. This piece of equipment is kind of in the way of seeing their casting, so I highly encourage you to take a bird's eye view before you leave the hot shop. Over here in the middle, Ben has a green tube. This will be composing the center of the bead, so it's got a place for something to hang, just like any other bead you've seen. And right now he's waiting for Jack, who is using the marver with that piece of clear glass. I know it looks orange, but it's actually clear, and that orange color is telling us what temperature that glass is at. So when the glass comes out of the furnace, it is at 2,100 degrees, and as it cools down with the air, it becomes closer and closer to its final color. In this case, that is clear. Our colored bit, this looks green, it is green, but it looks a lot darker here than it will end up being, which is a nice bright green. And we won't see that actual color until tomorrow when that piece of glass comes out of that annealer. Nick is over here. He's starting another part. So we're doing a production. Nick is doing all the starts while Ben is gaffing the final product. Here, Jack is bringing that colored bit. What he's doing is he's holding that glass upright so that gravity has a chance to make us work less hard, right? Gravity wants that glass to fall. That glass is still at a viscous temperature, and it's able to be manipulated. Now Ben's gonna work to evenly distribute that glass along that central colored tube. Jack is using a paddle to make sure that the ends of the glass line up. So Jack is going in that furnace. 2,100 degrees, comes out nice and bright orange. And what he's doing is he's going to be sculpting the punty. The punty is the way in which we can transfer the glass from the pipe side to the opposite end. So you can imagine that we've got a blowpipe and we are not able to access that to sculpt it to its full extent the way it is now. And the way we achieve the ability to do that is through the punty. That glass is nice and hot. It melts to the surface of the other piece of glass that is cool enough so that it doesn't move very much. We use a drip of water to create a thermal shock, and vibrations through the pipe breaks it off nice and cleanly. Do let me know if you have any questions. I am here as your guide through this hot shop experience. It is a gas furnace. The furnace is powered with natural gas and forced air. Ben is using a pair of jacks to even out the hole in the center of that bead so that we make sure that it's nice and consistent. The torch in the center of the hot shop will be used very shortly. It's called a fluffy torch because the flame is fluffy. It will be used in conjunction to the hot torch because that torch is hotter. I did not name the torches. So over here you can see that the glass changes color pretty rapidly. And when it's that brighter color, it's hotter. When it starts to get a more dull color, it's because it's cooling down. The glass that goes into the glory hole farther will always heat up more. So we have to use a variety of air, tools, and torches to really make that heat nice and even. And we want that heat to be right where we want the glass to move. Right now, Ben does not want that glass to move, so he's hitting it with air to cool down where he wants to then break the glass off. So we're setting ourselves up for success by cooling and making the glass really upset right where we want it to break. By touching the hot glass with a cold tool, we're once again really making that glass upset. Vibrations sent through the pipe cause a nice clean break off. This is the hot torch. He ignited it using the fluffy torch, and what he's doing is he's melting in any imperfections, any textures, so that when that glass is finished, it's as smooth as it can be. Kevlar is used at the end of the tongs so that we don't scratch the glass and so that a cold tool doesn't touch it when we don't want it to. Right now they're loading that piece of glass into what's known as a top loader, again, because we load it at the top, and it'll sit in that kiln that's right now at 900 degrees for 9.5 hours. So tomorrow we will be able to touch it. It'll be at room temperature, and the glass will have time to have relaxed. If we were to not put that piece of glass in an annealer and we let it cool at air temperature, it would break and explode. Right now, Jack is using what's known as a pipe cooler. Some of you might be wondering how we are able to touch the pipe after we put it in that 2100 degree furnace, and that is how. Whenever heat is transferring up the pipe, we make sure to cool it down so it's as comfortable as possible for the glass maker. Now Jack is letting that glass cool. He wants a nice cold core is the terminology here, and that's so when he goes back inside that furnace, the glass doesn't fall off that pipe. So inside that furnace, he's spinning that pipe round and round, and the speed in which he's spinning determines how much glass is at the end of that pipe when he comes out. You can see that nice bright glow. He's going to hang out and let the glass cool on the surface until it's ready to be manipulated on that steel table called the marver. Now we're using that marver to sculpt the glass. We want it to be a nice pointed form so that when it is brought over to Ben, our head gaffer, it's in the correct shape to be added to his core that was made over here on this hole by Nick. So when Jack used the Marver to sculpt that bit of clear glass, the outside layer of glass became cold. He's evenly distributing the heat in the reheating furnace, and he's getting the core temperature and the exterior temperature to be the same. If the exterior temperature is too hot, you'll have a cold core and it won't pull away correctly. We want all of the glass on the end of that pipe to go onto our bead. So Ben controlled how that glass went on that bead core through heat, his scissors by directing where it landed on the glass, and by spinning the pipe in a certain way. So the cone, the question was about the cone. And if you see up here, there are blueprints on what the cone looks like. The cone was designed to be an interesting point of architecture and also to help some of the heat from the glass making escape up through the top. So it kind of cycles out. So through the use of force, with a tool called the jacks, Ben was able to spread that glass evenly around that core. So although the whole thing looks green, that is merely an optical illusion of the clear glass on top of the green. The question was, what is this tool? So this tool is how we load the glass into the kiln, into our top loader. It's made out of aluminum, and then on the end are Kevlar sleeves, and those Kevlar sleeves help to protect the glass from being shocked by the temperature of the aluminum. So for those of you who are able to see the glass casting happening on this side of the hot shop, those molds are made out of a material called graphite. It's the same material that's in your pencil. It's an awesome material to use in the hot shop because it doesn't stick to glass. So we're able to pour molten glass inside of a graphite mold and then pour it out later. So the question was, how does the glass change colors as it cools? And that's an interesting question. It's just because it gets colder, so it gets clearer, and it's a there's some chemistry happening, and I'm not a chemistry wizard, but I can tell you that it's all because of the heat, and I can tell you that the different colors of colored glass never look what they're gonna look like hot when they're cold. So you always wanna see what color you're working with at room temperature, and then hope it matches after you make something in glass. So the way that what we're using today to color the glass is something called frit. Frit is a concentrated color that you're able to reproduce. So you can get consistency and color in that way. Yes, so Nick over here is actually, he just took a dip in the color. So what's happening is we have the clear glass, and then inside this stainless steel bowl is our green color. It's little chunks. Right now he's dipping his clear glass into the color, and he's making it colored glass. So it's like super concentrated. So when he goes and he blows it up, it does spread out. But yeah, it's an opaque color, so it's not gonna run too much. And we're also not stretching it very much. You know, his form right now is about the size it'll be when it's done. Yes, yes. So everyone begins their glass making experience with what's known as the furnace. So this furnace that we're using to blow glass is running at 2100 degrees. And when they dip in there, it's a similar consistency as honey. Over here, Brent and Becky are pulling glass that's running at 2250 degrees. We need it hotter because we want the glass to pour more smoothly when they're casting it. When you cast cold glass, you can imagine it kind of freezes and becomes brittle mid-process, and that's a great way to trap bubbles, and we don't want that today. So if you watch these three molds fill, you can truly see the way in which glass changes color. It's all clear, but it comes out screaming bright orange. Brent will put a graphite paddle on top of that to help retain some of that heat. And then Becky will take another ladle and cast another piece. So you can see the glass at different temperatures as it's cooling become closer and closer to its final temperature, which is clear. Final color, which is clear. So for those of you who did not catch what we were making here in the Hot Shop today, over on this side we have Brent and Becky, who are independent artists from Bremerton, making a commission piece for another artist named John Banovic. He is primarily known for his wildlife paintings. They're making editions of 300 of a commission for John. On this side, we have another commission happening in a production style with the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They are making larger-than-life seed beads for an artist named Mary Watt. based out of Portland, Oregon. She primarily works in textiles. She had a residency at the Tacoma Museum of Glass earlier this year and then asked the team to make more of these beads that she created during her residency. Hi, feel free to come on and sit down. So for those of you watching Brent cast that brick, what he's looking for is he's looking for the glass to be a certain temperature. Remember that the glass changes color as it cools. He's looking for a very specific color within the glass to know that when he loads it in that annealer, it's not going to pick up residual texture from the brick inside. If he were to load that too warm, that's what would happen. If he were to let it hang out and get too cold, it would explode and he would jeopardize the rest of his lot inside that annealer. So it's a very specific working window. The question was, what holds the molten glass that we are dipping into? Inside the furnace, there is a ceramic pot specifically designed for this furnace. That ceramic pot holds up to 1,000 pounds. Throughout the day, as we're pulling glass out of that furnace, whether it be with the blowpipe, the punty, or the ladle, that bowl gets less and less full. But you can imagine at 1,000 pounds, you know, it'll be full for a bit. The reason why the museum has multiple furnaces is so that when one is charging, which is refilling, they're able to still make glass from the other. Today is a special day because we're using both furnaces. That furnace gets up to temperature through natural gas and forced air, which is the same thing that's charging our glory holes. Our annealers do run on electricity. Inside the annealers, you can see those bright orange things. Those are our elements, similar to the elements in your home oven. You can see at both of the middle benches right now, both glass artists were at one point using their jacks. That is the primary tool that the glass artists are using today. Right now, Jack in the red is creating the punty so we can transfer from the pipe to the opposite side. Right now, it's really critical that we make sure that the punty and the pipe are really aligned on center. So that is what Ben is doing right now. He's letting that punty chill so it's not super crazy. A drop of water on that original jack line. And by tapping the pipe, vibrations run through it and it causes that glass to break. The question was if we are doing any blown glass today, and the only glass blowing out of this whole hot shop that's happening is over in the corner with Nick. When he starts off, he's on a blow pipe, and he does a technique called popping a bubble and puts it into the glass, and then that's how we're making our cylinder for the inside of the bead. There's no other glass blowing as we know it happening today. So we've got the casting, we've got sculpting in the center, and then we've got the glass blowing. If you haven't had a chance to check out our exhibitions, they are pretty phenomenal. One exhibition is called What Are You Looking At? And it takes you through a tale of the relationship between Pilchuck Glass School and the Tacoma Museum of Glass. There's also an exquisite collection that was donated to the museum. So what you're seeing over here with Nick is he's putting color on the glass right now. So the glass that we're using today is the only color is happening right here in that little stainless steel bowl. If anyone has any questions, do let me know. For those of you interested in glass blowing, that was the extent of it for this presentation. So what Nick did there was he used the heat that is in the glass, he blowed air inside the pipe, and when the air comes in contact with the hot glass on the other side, it expands. So it blew the glass for him, essentially. Hello, welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Feel free to have a seat. You can also view the hot shop from all around this top side too. For those of you who just got here, I'm KT. Let me know if you have any questions, and I'll just be talking you through the process here today. So in the middle and on the corner, we've got the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They are making essentially larger-than-life seed beads for an artist based out of Portland called Marie Watt. She primarily works in textiles. She'll be incorporating these glass beads into her sculptures. Over on this side of the hot shop, we have independent artists Brent and Becky, who are doing a commission for another artist named John Banovic, who's primarily known for his wildlife paintings. Over here you can see Nick applying color. There's a stainless steel bowl on that small marver that is filled with color concentrate. We've been rotating colors throughout the day. We just went from a opaque green to a semi-transparent teal vibe. The question was, when the furnace is empty or needs to be refilled, what do you refill it with? We fill it with something called batch. That is the chemical compounds that make up glass. So it's in a powderish form. We throw it in the furnace, and it goes through something called the fining out process. And the fining, once the glass is put inside the furnace to fine out, it's typically at the end of a blow slot. So at the end of the day today, if we needed to refill that furnace, we would do what's called charging. You charge the furnace, also known as refilling, and the glass goes through a fining out process where all of the components will melt down and become copacetic together and happy. If you do not allow the glass time to fine out properly, you will get some of those chemicals and some of those powdery substances inside the glass, and it will not be optically clear. So it is essential that you allow the furnace that time to fine out, which is why when one furnace is fining out, we are typically gathering from the other. But today's a special day when we needed both furnaces. So that one's raging hot, and this is at the proper temperature for glass blowing. The question is, all of the glass that is cut off or snipped off or put in those buckets, what do we do with that stuff? And that is determined by whether or not color has been added. If it is clear glass, we can toss it in with that batch. When has been molted and gone through the fining out process, it now becomes cullet. Recycled glass is cullet because it's already gone from that chemical compound to the glass. So we'll add 50% batch up to 50% cullet, and that will create optically clear glass. If color has been added, we cannot add that to the furnace because it could contaminate the rest of the 1,000 pounds. So that's typically just waste, and we throw it away. Hi, welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Let me know if you have any questions, and I'll just be talking about the process as it unfolds. Over here, we've got Nick and Ben who are working on a commission of larger than life seed beads for an artist based out of Portland, Oregon. Her name is Marie Watt. And over in the far area, we have Brent and Becky working on a commission for another artist, John Banovic. They're casting glass mountain-esque pucks. So Jack just took a gather out of a furnace that's running at about 2100 degrees. And he's using a pipe cooler to cool down the pipe before he gathers another layer of glass on top of that in our furnace. So although the glass appears to be bright orange in color, it is actually clear. So as the glass gets colder and colder, it will become closer and closer to its true color, which is clear. So what Jack is making right now is the punty. It's what we will use in order to sculpt the glass from the opposite side that's on the pipe right now. Although it looks solid, the glass that Ben has in the center has a hollow core because it's a bead. So Jack is sculpting a punty that will not plug the hole, but instead adhere to the glass around the hole. Then using water and thermal shock properties, Ben was able to break the glass cleanly off on the Jack line. Hello and welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Over in the center, we have our Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team working on a commission for an artist named Mary Watt out of Portland, Oregon. They're making larger-than-life beads to be incorporated into one of her sculptures. Over on this side, we have Brent and Becky. They are making a commission for another artist called John Banovic. He's primarily known for his wildlife paintings. Becky is ladling in a furnace that is currently running at 2,250 degrees, super duper hot. And if you look over up on here, you can see the glass change color. We have another walkway, I guess, or viewpoint. It's kind of hard to see from there because of that big equipment in the middle of the shop. So you can see what they're pouring right now is super duper bright. This is the one they poured last, and this is the one they poured first. So as the glass cools, it becomes closer to that final color, which is clear. They're using a graphite paddle to help retain some of that heat, so it's more, why do you do that? They're getting rid of the cut mark on top. So what they're looking for is they're looking for the glass to visually look a certain color so that they know the glass is not so hot that it'll pick up texture from inside the annealer and hot enough that it's not going to shatter and break. If we were to leave these glass pucks in open air for long periods of time, they would shatter and break because they have not gone through the annealing process. So once this is at its correct temperature, it gets loaded into that annealer at 900 degrees, and then slowly over 9.5 hours, it will cool to room temperature, and the glass at that point will be copacetic, it'll be happy, and we won't have any shattering. Not today, anyway. The material that we start with is called batch, and it's a soda lime mixture. It's soda, lime, and sand mixture that, when melted in our furnace over a long period of time, becomes this molten glass mixture that you're seeing now. So traditionally, furnaces for blowing run at about 2100 degrees. Because they're doing a casting process, the furnace is turned up slightly more at 2250 degrees so that it's nice and viscous. If we were to try to cast and the glass was not warm enough and was not heated to about 2250, we would trap more bubbles and you would get a texture in that casting that is undesirable. So we want it nice and gooey. You didn't like it?
Not enough glass.
Is your furnace empty?
It's getting there.
I thought it looked a little seedy.
Getting a little scratchy on the bottom.
Mm. This must be the last set, huh?
And then one more plus that
Oh, to make it even?
to make up for that one that we cracked.
Hello, welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Feel free to come have a seat. Today we have the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team working on enlarged seed beads for an artist named Mary Watt. She's based out of Portland, Oregon, and primarily works in textiles. Over on this side of the hot shop, we have Nick, who's doing the starts. In the center of the hot shop, we have Ben, who's gaffing the final pieces. So these beads are made using a colored tube at the center of the bead, and then a solid glob of clear glass is added around that cylinder to create optics and to make the thickness of the bead. Nick is making that colored tube. Right now we're working in white, but we've been working in a variety of different colors throughout the day today. Ben is using a tool called jacks in order to evenly distribute that clear glass around the bead. He'll now be using thermal shock principles to break that glass off of that punty. So he's using a cold butter knife on hot glass to really stress out that glass. He uses vibrations with the butter knife by knocking that punty, and it breaks cleanly off. He's now using the hot torch in order to smooth out the surface of that bead. Jack is using an aluminum tool that's been wrapped in Kevlar to safely load that bead into the annealer. The annealer is set at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and the glass will sit in there overnight for about 9.5 hours until it is room temperature. So all of the glass that we've made at the museum today is loaded in that top loading annealer, and all of it will be room temperature tomorrow. So the problem with putting hot glass into cold water is it will shatter and it will break. It'll explode, essentially. So the annealing process rearranges the ions in the glass when it goes from a liquid to a solid. In the chemical structure of the glass, it's really upset. And basically, by letting the glass cool slowly over 9.5 hours, those chemical compounds are able to rearrange and become happy and copacetic. Otherwise, it'll explode. Yep. Depending on the size of the factory, you can have something called a leer. A leer is a way of annealing glass, like a beer bottle factory, for instance. They're not going to fill an annealer with beer bottles. They're going to use something called a leer, where it's a conveyor belt that very rapidly cools the glass. And beer bottles are so thin that they can get away with that. But we're dealing with thicknesses going on 3/4 of an inch. The thicker the glass, the more significant that annealing cycle is. Exactly. So Jack just brought Ben a clear gather of glass. That clear gather of glass is on top of the white core that Nick made, and that clear gather really makes it look optically interesting because the thicker the glass, the more refraction happens inside the piece. So now they're working on evenly distributing the clear glass around that colored core. If you notice, both of the glass makers never stop turning. While the glass is hot, it's able to be manipulated and transformed into different shapes. But that also means that if you were to ever stop turning, the glass would fall. So you use centrifugal force and the properties of glass in order to keep it on the pipe. Now Jack is making what's known as the punty, and it's the way that the glass makers are able to sculpt the pipe side of the glass. So the question is, why is the glass not sticking to any of the other tools? The other tools are cold, so the glass doesn't stick to it. Also, the pipe, it's staying on the pipe for a number of different reasons. One of them being that the head of the pipe is shaped in such a way that the glass can't fall off unless it gets too cold. Yeah, exactly. So the glass is primarily sticking to itself and then sticking to the pipe. What happens is when you touch the hot glass with a cold tool, the glass becomes no longer sticky. It becomes hard because it's cooling at such a rapid rate. When you gather the glass out of that furnace, it's a consistency of honey. And as the glass is exposed to the cold air, it becomes harder and harder. That is another reason why they're constantly going into the reheating furnace so that they can maintain the temperatures required in order to sculpt the glass in the way they want. Thank you. Have a good time. Hello and welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Feel free to have a seat, and you can also get a different view from up there. Today in the Hot Shop team are making glass beads for an artist named Mary Watt, based out of Portland, Oregon. Right now, they just finished up the last of the white beads, and they've switched to a transparent teal color.